ladies and gentlemen, before we get the racing underway.
Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for another day of beautiful weather. Lord, thank you for this facility and the crew and staff working hard here for us, Lord, to give us a fair, safe racing service. Lord, we ask for your arms of safety to be wrapped around the facility and each and every pit here. Lord, just ask for your Holy Spirit to move amongst us throughout the pit, the station lanes, and the stands, and speak to us as needed. Lord, thank you for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Good luck to you today. And all of y'all is that. All right, now, folks, give me just a moment here and we'll get this thing set up for our national anthem. That ain't it. Hang on. Bear with me, I'll get it, folks. Red line start there by John Lambdolo is going to give Chris French the automatic win light here. And both up through a little bit quick there as Lambdolo goes through with 8:29 on 8:30. Chris went through with 6:25 on his 6:28. All right, Vance Hotoshell coming up next. 7:42 is going to be an island for the motorcycle over there on the Lucas Oil lane, going up against Rob Reynolds. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:28 is going to be an island for the Malibu wagon. All right, red light start there by Rob Reynolds. Going to give Vance Hotoshell the automatic win light here. He went 7:44 on 42 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next. 6:50 won the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. Go up against Ken Grant. He's out of Ty, Georgia, and a 5:67 dial in on his Chevy Nova. Okay, got a green light starting both lanes. 4,000 separating the two at the starting line at the stripe on a double breakout. Ken Grant gets the win light here as he breaks out by 1,000. Farrar breaks out by 14. Mel Reisky coming up next. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. 6:28 to dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. Then we go up against D. Lichty out of St. John's, Florida. 6:53 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Red light start for D. Lichty is going to give Mel the automatic win light here. That'll go 6:28 to the 3 on the 6:28 dial in. Good run there for him. D. Lichty went 6:56 on his 6:53. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 6:90 to dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, driving the 2004 Chevy Camaro. John's got 592 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like we got 51 pound difference though at the starting line. John Dwayne's going to get the win light on a double breakout. He breaks out by 1,000. Bob Hoxton broke out by a ton. Mike Noble's coming up next. That wheel standing 84 Dodge Charger is going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against another wheel stander, Travis Marchand, his 69 Camaro out of Keystone Heights. Marchand with a 586 dial in. Nobles with a 646. All right, Marchand pulled the trigger too early. Goes 009 red, giving the automatic win to Mike Nobles. Nobles goes 647 on that 646. Travis went 581 on his 586. Brings up Paul Allen next. He's out of Middleburg, 72 Maverick. He's got a 688 dialed in. Then we go up against Lonnie Westbury out of Odom, Georgia. 699 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. line start there for Westbury. He pulled the trigger on 003 too early. Paul Allen, characteristic 100 lane for him. He was 691 on a 688. Westbury also run too quick with a 696 on his 699s. Paul Allen got a gift here in round 1. Bob Hodgson coming up next. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6-12 is his dial in. Going up against Brett Benjamin over there at the Budweiser lane. Benjamin with an 811 dial in. He's out of Jacksonville with the GTO. Okay, good clean start for both drivers. And the win line's going to come on over there for Brett Benjamin. He goes 816 on an 811 dial in. Hodgson slowed to a 638 on his 612. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up next. He's out of Wildwood, Florida, 688 dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll be going up against Jimmy Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. 710 is his dial in. Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles in lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, you should be in lane 7. All right, Chad King coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird from Gainesville. Daniel Young out of Palm Harbor, Florida. 633 the dial in for his 96 Firebird. All right, 33,000 separate these two at the starting line. And the red line's going to come over Daniel Young, 636 on his 633. As Chad King broke out with a 764 on his 768. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 602 the dial in on the Camaro out of Belmer. Coming up against Jim Martin out of Beaverton, Michigan. 615 the dial in for the S10 pickup over there in Budweiser lane. Starting both lanes. And here to run. Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win line 608 on the 602. He was 041 on the tree. Martin was just dead late. He was 126 on the Christmas tree. Running too quick trying to catch Reynolds on the bay down there. 612 on the 615. Dave Gaspar coming up next. He's out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. 659 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser lanes. 555 is the dial in. He's out of Riverview, Florida. All right, got a clean green line start here. 68,000 difference at the starting line. Stripe is going to go to John Siegels. He goes 558 on his 555. He was 010 on the tree. Gaspar broke out with a 658 702 on his 659. Colin Nash coming up next. 552 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Orlando. Here we're going up against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. 785 is the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, so Colin Nash is going to pick up the win light here on a double red light start. He had better of the two red lights. He goes through the 555 on that 552. Jeremy Davis goes out with a 787 on his 785 dial in. Okay, here we go as we got the S10 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is 2968. Have his information handy just yet. We'll have it here shortly. Got a 664 dialed in, going up against the purple people leader. This is Lee Hauser out of Ponte Vedra in the 71 Dodge car. He's got a 721 dialed in. Red line start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win light. And Hauser goes through with a 716 on that 721. He is to be moving on into round two. Dawson Bass coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 712 dialed in. And he'll be going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. 215P, 694 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean start here. Looks like 33,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dawson Bass picking up the win line here. 715 on the 712 dial in. Good run there for him. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 665 the dial in for the 98 Mustang out of Alachua. Here we're going up against Gary Thompson. Thompson's got a 690 dial in on his 78 Malibu. He's out of McAlpin, Florida. Okay, 5,000 separate these two at the starting line. This should be pretty close down at the stripe. And the win line's coming on for Gary Thompson. 692 on his 690 dial in. Picks up the win for Thompson. As Anthony Lindsay goes out with a 669 on his 665 dial in. Brendan George coming up next. 608's the dial in for the Pony, the Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side, going up against Debbie Young out of Palm Harbor, Florida. 610's her dial in. So just about a heads up run here. All right, Brendan George gets the win right here. So he gets 610 on that 608 dial in. He was 015 on the tree. Young was way behind on the start. Broke out by 3,000. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's got a 704 dialed in on his Chevy Malibu. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. Going up against Fallon Roach. She's out of St. Augustine, Florida, driving the 2000 Mustang. She's got an 818 dialed in. And a red line start there for Fallon. He's going to give Scott DeLeon the win. And Scott goes through the 698 on that 704. He makes some adjustments there. Fallon went 826 on her 818. Okay, we got the pickup truck coming up next over here, number 730. He's got 849 dialed in. And Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane, 971 to dial in for the Chevy truck. Okay, Staggers. It's pretty good. Let's see if he's going to make it work on the top end. He does. Staggers was 033 on the tree, goes 977 on a 971. And his opponent broke out with an 845 on his 849. So reaction time started with a 3. Mike Zerl coming up next, 662 the dial in for the 81 Chevy wagon out of Rockledge, Florida. And going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane, the show quality Barracuda with a 631 dial in. And a red light start there for Young. It's going to give Zerl the automatic white light. And he goes through with a 655 on that 662. Mike Young with 641 on his 631. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 612 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll be running up against Clinton Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida. He's got a 7 flat dial in on his 68 Nova. Red line started by Clint Wilson. Is going to give Treadwell the automatic red light. Treadwell goes 613 on that 612 dial in. All right, Perry Kent coming up next. 710 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Chris Courtney out of Gainesville. 708 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes in at the stripe. Chris Courtney's going to get the red light here as he goes 711 on that 708 dial in. Kent goes through with a 716 on a 710. George Emanuel coming up next. 744 is his dial in. Emanuel with a 744 dial in. Kenny Hires over there on Budweiser side's got a 689 dial in on his Chevy truck. And the win line's going to come on for Kenny Hires. He goes 693 on that 689 dial in. All right, here goes Kevin Roberts. He's got a 744 dial in on his 69 Chevy Camaro. And Jimmy Hodges is going to be over here in Budweiser lane 602 the dial in for the 75 Nova. He's out of Middleburg. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes here. Here we go. At the stripe, it's going to be Jimmy Hodges getting the win light here as he goes 603 on his 602 dial in. Kevin Roberts bows out with a 745 on his 744. David Mascaro coming up next. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida, the 72 Dodge Demon. Got a 701 dialed in, going up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 750 dialed in on her 74 Chevy van. Red line start in the Lucas Oil lane for Davis. Going to give Leah the automatic win light. And Leah goes 748 on her 750 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Bill Green next. 599 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. And Richard Lindsay will be over there in Budweiser lane, 642 is the dial in for his Mustang. He's at lacrosse. All right, we got a clean green line start. 12 miles separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bill Green getting the win line here. He goes 602 on that 599 dial in. And Lindsay breaks out with a 640 on his 642. That's going to bring up the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Truck number 1055's got that 610 dial in. Right up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 687 dialed in on his 75 Duster. All right, attention in the pits. Nick Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro double entries to lane 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro double entries. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Double entries, start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 763 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be right up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. Evans is out of Jacksonville. He's got a 692 dialed in. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes, double entries into lanes 1 and 2. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2 for Super Pro. Start making your way to the lanes. Okay, the win light's going to come on here for Jeff Barrier. As James Evans turned on the red eye before he left. All right, Mark Van Gillian coming up next. 661's the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be running up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 648 is going to be his dial in. All right, 6 miles separate the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, Mark Van Gillian's going to get the win line to come on for him as he goes 665 on his 661. Courtney goes out with a 657 on his 648. Mark Dell coming up next. 654 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 626 is his dial in. Down the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, 3,000 separate these two in the starting line. Win line comes on for French. He goes 627 on that 626 dial in. Down with 655 his 654. 24 10,000 of a second. The difference at the starting line, the finish line. Okay, that's going to bring up the Camaro, number 280. I want to think this might be Ray Norcross, but can't swear to it. 669 to dial in on the Camaro. Going up against David Zink over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 695 dialed in on his Plymouth Duster. And red line start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So give David Zink the automatic win. He goes through the 697 on a 695 dial-in. Courtney Bumpus coming up next. 670 is going to be the dial-in on the Plymouth Barracuda. He's out of Ocala. And he'll be going up against Malibu Wagon over here in the Budweiser lane. 631 to dial-in. All right, 11 miles separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the Malibu Wagon picking up the win line there, dead on 6. I think that's Rob Reynolds. And Corky goes out with a 672 on his 670 dial in. Cleve Everton coming up next out of Orlando. 763 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Dodge Challenger. Got a 763 dialed in going up against Bill Waller over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 646 dialed in on that 84 Ford Ranger. Red Knight start there for Egerton's going to get the automatic win here to Bill Waller. Waller goes through with a 696 on that 646. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. These are the lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. Let's start making our way into the staging lanes, please. Okay, that's going to bring up the Keith Collins Sr. over there in the Lucas Oil Lane with his Chevy Nova. Unfortunately, he turns on the red. Oh, hang on. Okay, E2, we need you on the roll. E2, need you on the roll. Okay, well, see, the driver's got the door open. Looks like he's about to pop out, which is a good sign that he's okay. He's waving and he's all right. Good thing. We're glad to hear that. That's the main thing. Cars can be fixed. So, looks like we're going to be down on hold here for a little bit, folks. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of cleanup to do here. So,
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Thank you.
558 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Bradenton. And a red light start there for Vance is going to give Mike Moore the automatic win. And Moore went through with a 557 on his 558. Vance went 747 on a 743. Larry Berger coming up next. 767 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Richard Holder over here in Budweiser Lane. 550 is his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on over there for Richard Holder. 563 on that 550 dial in. As Berger slowed to a 799 on his 767 dial in. Kevin Cady coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 525 dialed in. Kevin going up against Candy Hagedorn over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 550 dialed in. All right, win light came on for Candy Hagedorn. She goes 555 on that 550 dial in. Katie went 533 on his 525. Scott DeLong coming up next. 563 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Wayne Schmidt Jr. He's got a 575 dialed in. Okay, you got 28,010% the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. The win line's coming off for Scott DeLong. 565 on a 563 dial in. Schmidt goes 576 on his 575. He was behind by the 28th hour on the Christmas tree. Here goes Sandy Rodriguez Jr. 552 is going to be the dial in on the Lucas Oil side. Going up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. 536 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean start for both racers. Here we go at the stripe. Win light's going to come on down there for Rodriguez. As he goes 555 on that 552. Vieira goes through with a 555 on his 536. Okay, Jeremy Davis coming up next. 785 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Palm Coast. He's got be going up against Reginald Harper out of Palm Coast. 609 the dial in for the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. 39,000 separating the two at the starting line. It's going to be Harper getting the win light here. 610 on that 609 dial in. He was 005 on the tree. And Jeremy Davis goes 789 on his 785. Colin Nash coming up next. 553 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orlando. He'll be going up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. 565 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. And a red line start there by Colin Nash is going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. And Roy goes through the 569 on his 565 dial in. Chuck Woolham coming up next. 980 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Reddick. And he'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 547 is his dial in. All right, so here we go. We got Chuck Woolham over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track from Reddick, and Dwayne Schmidt Sr. out of Spar is going to be over here in Budweiser lane. Chuck's going to lead first with his 620 dial in, and Dwayne Schmidt Sr. is going to try and run him down. He's got a 547 dialed in. Okay, clean start for both drivers. One of them's a little bit late, but that's not going to work out. Chuck Woolham gets the win light here on a double breakout as he broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Schmidt breaks out by a ton, but Chuck was late on the tree. Dwayne was pretty good. That's why you run the race. And that's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman. Next, he's out of Wildwood, your winner here last night. Got a 553 dial in. Blaine Schmidt goes, or Blaine Leachman goes through the 5:57 on his 5:53. That's going to wrap up round one of the motorcycles as we're getting ready for round one of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. I need attention in the pits. I need Junior Street. Junior Street. Start making your way into staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Folks, if you got scooters or golf carts just hanging out in the staging lanes, we are trying to run a race. You need to get that stuff out of there, please. So if you got golf carts or scooters out there in the staging lanes, can we please get those moved? Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, here we go. Round one of Super Pro. We got Tierra Carter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:13 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 4:94 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Callahan. All right, 12,000 separated to the starting line, but Tierra Carter is going to get the win line here. She has 5:18 on her 5:13 dial in. Trent Horton breaks out by 5 thousandths. Dan Dobson coming up next. 6:44 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Gainesville. They went up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 4:62 dial in. He's out of Callahan. Red light start there for Mark Horton. It's going to give Dan Dobson the automatic win. Dobson goes dead on 5. Good run there for him. Horton went also quick. He went 460 on that 462. Troy Volker coming up next. 681 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going against Flying Brian Jones. 457 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go with the stripe. Your win light's going to come on for Flying Brian Jones. As he goes dead on 8 and gets the red light. Volker unable to run the numbers. He went 695 on a 681. But Troy was actually ahead of him on the Christmas tree. That's going to bring up Nick Brown. 599 is going to be his dial in the 67 Camaro out of Orange Park. He'll run up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine. 497 is going to be the dial in for his dragster. Okay, we got 33,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here as he runs dead on board. Gets the win line. Nick Brown's car slow to the 605 on that 599. Brown actually had better reaction time. Hicks got by with a better, running closer to the dial. Charles Racer coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll be going up against Larry Manning in the 63 Corvette over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, let's get Junior Street. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Okay, red, green light starts in both lanes and at the stripe. Charles Racer is going to get the win light here as he goes 525 on that 519 dial in. As Manning breaks out with a 543 on his 553 dial in. That's going to bring up Kevin White. 509 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Donnie Hutto there in the Budweiser lane. 688 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Mercury. All right, we're going to play green light starting both lanes. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be Donnie Hutto getting the win light here as he goes 689 on that 688 dial. And good run there for him. Kevin White goes 511 on his 509. Sherby Powell coming up next. 655 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. Going against Jordan Prince over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 465 dial in on the dragster out of Sanford. Okay, only 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win line here. She goes dead on 2. With 0-10 reaction time, she put a 12-mile pack together. Sherby was 0-11, goes 657 on the 55 dial in. Jerry McGill coming up next. Got a 483 dialed on at his car. He's out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against Dan Warren out of Melbourne. 637 is his dial in. Okay, 25,000 separates these two at the starting line in the stripe. It's going to be Dan Warren getting the win line here. 640 on a 637 dial in. As Bill Gill goes through the 501 with his 483. All right, Danielle Bachman coming up next. She's out of Venice, Florida. 482 is going to be the dial in. And she'll run up against David Zimmerman out of Ocala. 540 is the dial in for the Vegas station wagon. Okay, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Win light's going to come on down there for Danielle Bachman, and she goes through with a 569 on that 482. Zimmerman breaks out by 2,000ths of a second. Boy, Bachman got the gift there, and she's actually, looks like the car's come to a stop out there on the raceway, so we're going to have to go and get the car off the track. So we're gonna be on hold here for just a couple minutes while we go out there and get the car off the raceway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, attention to the pits. I need Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7.
We're going to go side by side here for a little while. I got to go get my car ready.
All right, attention to the pits. Sportsman, Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Y'all start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, make your way into lanes 5 and 6. The golf carts that are sitting there in line 5, 6, and 7. Y'all need to find someplace else for them, folks. All right, once again, look for Junior Street to lane 8. Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Back underway, we got Haley Wright coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 509 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Middleburg, Florida. Going up against David Harris out of McClenny. He's got a 479 dial in. He'll run up here in the Budweiser Lane. Okay, red line start there for Haley Wright's going to get David Harris the automatic win. Harris goes through with a 477 on that 79 dial in. Haley went 511 on her 509. Will Highhouse coming up next. 474 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Scott Gibson over here in Budweiser Lane. 456 is his dial in. He's out of Sanford. Red light start by Scott Gibson is going to give Will Highhouse the automatic win line. Highhouse went 473 with a 6 on his 74 dial in. Gibson is 451 on the 56 dial in. Randy Banker Jr. coming up next. 487 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Palmetto, Florida. Then we're going up against Mike Van Ryzen out of Brooksville, Florida. 656 is the dial in for the Chevy G Nova. All right, 3,000 separate the two of the starting line. This will be close. Here we go to the straight. And it's going to be Randy Banker Jr. getting the win line here. 492 on that 487 dial in. His Van Ryzen goes out with a 667 on his 659. Eric Kinghorn coming up next out of Glen St. Mary. This is a 2004 Chevy Cavalier and a 523 dial in. Him going against Tommy Campbell from Fleming Island, Florida. His 87 Camaro. He's got a 638 dial in. Okay, looks like we got a 45,000 in the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Win line's coming off for Tommy Campbell because 639 on his 638 dial in is Kinghorn slow to a 530 on his 523. Mark Young coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Plymouth Barracuda. He's got a 631 dialed in. Going against the dragster over here in the Budweiser Lane. This is car number 2334. Got a 457, 458 dialed in. All right, clean start both lanes. Here we go to the strike. And the dragster is going to get the red line here. 467 on 458. Takes out the Kudos 640 on his 631. Jim Barbera coming up next. 646 is the dial in for the 66 Nova out of Trenton, Florida. Coming up against Joe Pinkston. Joe's out of Williston, Florida. He's got a 715 dialed in on his Chevy Malibu. Starting both lanes, and it's going to be Jim Barbera getting the win line here as he goes 652 on the 646. Joe goes out with a 725 on his 715. John Dwayne coming up next. 560, 592 is going to be the dial in. He's in the 2004 Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Number J27 and a 481 dial in. Okay, 8,000 separate the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 and gets the win line as the dragster breaks out by 4 thousandths. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 7 flat's going to be the dial in for the Mazda pickup truck. He's out of Middleburg. Going up against Andrew Kaiser at Renko Springs. 518 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. Okay, red line start there for Chad Kennedy. He's going to get Andrew Kaiser down that way. Kaiser goes through with a dead on 0, 518. Dave Demarest coming up next. 474 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Port McCoy. Going up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 485 is going to be the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. Start there by Kurt Carlson is going to give Dave Demarest the automatic win. All right, Mike Bennett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 going to be his dial in. Going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 657 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Okay, win line's coming off of Mike Bennett as he goes through with a 667 on that 66 dial in as D. Lichty pulled the trigger too early, Randall in to give it right, to give it away. Ken Grant coming up next. He's got a Titan, Georgia. He'll be driving the Nova over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 568 dial in. Going against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 526 is his dial in. And we did even on the starting line. 005 reaction times in both lanes. And Trinnell's going to get the win line as he goes dead on with a 8. Grant goes 570 on a 568 dial in. Mike Boss coming up next. 578 is going to be a dial in for the 63 Corvette out of Jacksonville. And coming up against April Prince. She's got a 620 dialed in on the S10 pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. light comes on from Mike Boss. He went 582 on that 578 dial in. And April Prince fouls out with a 624 on her 620 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next. 693 is the dial in for the Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. Going up against James Hicks Jr. 498 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, red line start there for Hicks is going to give the Paul Allen the automatic win. And Paul goes through the 696 on that 693 dial in. Victor Adams coming up next. He's got a 644 dialed in on his 89 Pontiac over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 is the dial in for the Mustang out of St. Augustine. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 13,000 separates the two of the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Schaefer getting the win line here. He goes dead on 5 and gets the win line there. Victor goes out with a 649 on his 644. Mark Watson coming up next. 591's the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am out of Shelman Bluff, Georgia. Going up against Vic Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 607 the dial in for the 1980 Monza out of Summerfield. And the red line start by Vic's going to give Mark Watson the automatic win. And he goes through the 590 on his 591. Vic went dead on 7. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 612 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Callahan. And he'll run up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 447 is the dial in for Hicks. Okay, we got a 5,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe win line. Kelly Hicks, 448 on a 447 as he gets the win line there. Treadwell breaks out by 4 thousandths. That's going to bring up Lou Galley. 555 is the dial in for the 77 Corvette. He's out of Fort White, Florida. Going up against Don Higgins from Ocala, 457 the dial in for the dragster. Both drivers are perfect on the reaction times. And Higgins is going to get the win line here, 459 on his 457. Louis goes out with a 560 on a 555. Okay, yeah, that's a rarity when you see two drivers in the same race both lead with perfect reaction times. Okay, looks like they're trying to shut the Camaro off out there. All right, so Aaron Reynolds over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. Then we give it a quick look over there. He's got a 599 dialed in. And they're gonna be going up against Cameron Frederickson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 443 dialed in on that dragster. Okay, we're gonna clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to strike. Then it's gonna be Frederickson getting the win right here, 446 on that 443 iron in. As Aaron Reynolds breaks out by 4 thousandths. George Neitlinger coming up next. He's from out of Pennsylvania. He's got a 568 dialed in on that Chevy Chevelle. Here right up against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville, 564 the dial in for his 65 Chevy too. So only 4 thou is going to separate the two at the start here. Let's see how that works out down here at the top end once these guys get going. Should be a pretty close race. Big wheels up start for Jason Graham. 30 thou difference in the starting line. And Graham's going to get the win light as Neitlinger breaks out with a 564 with a 68 dialing. He was actually having better reaction time. But Jason runs 565 on his 564 dialing, and he'll be moving on into round number 2. Brendan George coming up next. 481's his dial in. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. Going up against John Siegel. Over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 555 dialed in on the Malibu wagon out of Riverview, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 6 thou separated the two in the starting line, and the win light's coming off for John Siegel as he goes dead on 1. With a 012 reaction time, he puts a 13 thou pack together. Brendan George was 018, goes 482 on his 481. Kim Palmatier coming up next. She's got a 447 dialed in, and she'll be going up against the Nova over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 287G. He's got a 615 dialed in. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the start. Here we go to the strike. Kim Palmatier is going to get the win light here. She goes dead on 8 with a 12 reaction time. Does a 20 pack together as the Nova goes 622 on a 615. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next, 560 to dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Going against Michael Hart over here. He's from Palm Harbor. He's got a 611 dialed in. Okay, 84 thou difference in the starting line. Red light's going to go off for Michael Hart, 615 on the 611 dialing. Keith Collins had a perfect reaction time, but breaks out by 3 thousandths. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. 612 is going to be his dial in. He's He's out of Deland. He'll be going up against Brett Martin out of Ellenton, Florida. He's got a 612 dialed in as well. So we got a heads up run here in round one between a couple of S10 pickups. Separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Ryan Palmatier picking up the win line here as he has 613 on the 612 dial in. Martin goes out with a 614 on his 612. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 686 is the dial in for the 77 AMC Brooklyn. He'll go up against Daniel Young over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 634 dialed in on the Firebird out of Palm Harbor. Okay, Daniel Young's going to get the win right here. He was dead on 6. He had no 12 reaction time. Mike Gaffney was a little bit ahead of him on the tree. He was 008. That's a 687 and then 686. That's going to bring Derek Brewster next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 518 dialed in. He'll be going against the motorcycle over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 559 dialed in. Red light start there by Brewster's going to get the automatic left to the motorcycle. Might just do the 557 on that 559. Okay, Brian Jones coming up next. 457 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. He'll run up against Darren Stutz. He's got 537 dialed in on the 1940 Willis out of Green Cove Springs. Okay, here we go. Brian Jones is going to get the win line here as he has 459 on the 457 dial in. Darren Stutz goes out with a 539 on his 537. Nick Brown coming up next. 605 is going to be the dial in for the 67 Camaro. He's out of Orange Park. Going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Callahan. Now, Mark was putting this thing up on the back bumper yesterday. I don't know if he turned the wick down on it or not, but he was putting on a pretty neat show with this car yesterday over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, he toned it down quite a bit. And he's going to get the win line here as well. He goes 645 on the 43 dial in. Brown breaks out with a 601 on his 605. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Hagedorn's out of Venice, Florida, and Ari Kelly out of Jacksonville. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, double entries. Make your way into lane 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Double entry. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Red light start there by Roy Kelly. He's going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. And Roy gets through the 559 on his 567. Roy went 496 on a 494. Super Pro or Pro Eliminator, do not come to the staging lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, do not come to the staging lanes, please. I have jumped the gun. Pro Eliminator, do not come to the lanes. Okay, Tony Morris on the bye run gets 469 on that 467. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need junior dragsters. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes. I need my 6 to 9 year olds to make your way into lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, and 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters, need y'all to make your way to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you on the way to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go with Junior Street. All right, Junior Street, y'all should be getting loaded up and ready to go, Junior Street. Pro Bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes, y'all should be in lane 7 here on deck. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, need y'all to make your way to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need to make your way to the staging lanes, please. Okay, we got a red light start there for Molly Bagger as Michael Martin's going to get the win right here. And he goes through with a 963 on that 920 dial in. That's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. He's got a 1090 dialed in on the Ford truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And it looks like they're going to be running up against whoever's coming up next. Looks like it's going to be car 0313. All right, so don't have the information on the driver just yet there in Budweiser Lane. He's got a 1040 dialed in on the Ford Expedition. Down in the 1090 dialed in on the F250 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. All right, So we got a clean green light start. Looks like the wind light's going to come on in the Budweiser lane as Hunter Dowling breaks out with a 1067 on his 1090 dial in. That's going to bring up Dylan McNichol next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 902 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, so here we go to Pro Bikes. And we're going to have Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 880 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Wildwood. He'll run up against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. Colin also has an 880 dialed in. He's out of Orlando. Okay, we get a clean green light start in both lanes. It looks like it's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win light here as he goes 883 on his 880 dial in. Collins slows to a 1329 on his 880 dial in. Tom Modes coming up next. 1088 is going to be the dial in out of the bike out of Ocala. We'll go up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's in Palm Coast, Florida. And we got 32,000 difference at the starting line. And Tom Motes is going to get the win line here as he goes 1090 on a 1088 dial in. Jeremy went 1262 on a 1251. Roy Johnson coming up next. 1125 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Keystone Heights. And he'll go up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 855 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got red light starts a pair, so the red light's going to come on for Roy Johnson. And Johnson goes to an 1169 on 1125 dial in. Anthony went 846 on his 855. As far as the red lights go, Roy was 012 to 031. Larry Berger coming up next. 1187 is his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. And over in Budweiser lane, we got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's got a 906 dial in. He's out of Citra. Okay, here we go to the stripe. The red light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes through the 912 on that 906 dial in. He was good on the tree. He was 053. His burger was way late. Okay, Vance Howdy Shell coming up next. He's got a 980 dialed in. He's from Vero Beach. He'll go up against Chuck Willamo here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Reddick, Florida, and he has a 980 dialed in as well. And a red line start there by Chuck Willamo is going to give Vance the automatic win. All right, so Kevin Katie over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got 835 dialed in. Coming up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane, 1284 is his dial in. Okay, here we go. Katie's coming on down hard on the top end. But Scott DeLong's able to hold him off. And see both drivers break out, but DeLong breaks out by the least amount. He went 1278 on his 1284 dial in as Katie goes 821 on 835. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 837 is his dial in. He'll go up against Reginald Harper over there in the Budweiser lane. 946 is dial in. All right, once again, I should have my junior dragsters into the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Need the 6 to 9 year olds over in 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time as we're getting ready to go to sportsmen. Here we go with our first pair here in round 1 of sportsmen. And we got John Landola coming up over in the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1296 dialed in. And Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got 1480 dialed in on his Chevy truck. Okay, well, we got a clean start in both lanes. One of them's pretty decent, the other one's a little bit tardy. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for John Landola as he goes 1337 on that 1296. Salyers' truck slows to a 1522 on its 1480 dial in. Chad King coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1201 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Steven Strickland over there in Budweiser lane. 1184 is his dial in. And 1,000th of a second separated the two at the starting line, so this one should be pretty close. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King getting the win light here as he goes 1204 on his 1201, and Strickland breaks out with an 1180 on 1184 dial in. Chris Courtney coming up next. 1115 is going to be the dial in for the Trans Am over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're up against Alton Cruz out of Bryceville, and 12 flat to dial in for the Corvette. Okay, so we got a clean green light start. Looks like 11,000 separated to the starting line at the stripe. Chris Courtney's going to get the win line. 11:29 on 11:15 dial in. South Cruz goes 12:25 on his 12 flat. Okay, that's going to bring up Eduardo Eddie Pena out of Jacksonville. 12 flat to dial in on the Subaru. And he'll go up against Daniel Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 1463 is the dial in on the Ford Mustang. Okay, got a nice clean green light start. One of them was pretty good, one of them was dead late. And if Davis hits the brakes down there, he should be good. He does. 1480 on 1463. Davis picks up the win. His Pena goes 1282 on the 12 flat. Unfortunately, his reaction time started with a 6 and 024 there for Davis. Okay, looks like we got Bob Hoxton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat's going to be the dial in. Going up against Kenny Hires. He also has 11 flat dialed in on his Chevy truck. All right, 21,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and your red light's coming on for Hires as he goes through 11:17 on 11 flat dial in, 11:21 over there on the Lucas Oil side. Mark Pangillian coming up next, 12:40 to dial in on the Corvette. He'll go up against David Muscard out of Beverly Hills, Florida, in the 72 Dodge Demon. He's got 11:16 dialed in. Okay, win light's going to come on for Bart. Now the red light started by David. Bart goes to 12:52 on his 40 dial in. That's going to bring up Jeff Barrier next. 12:10 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Gainesville. And he went up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 12:25 dialed in. Okay, Jeff Barrier is going to pick up the win light there. He goes 12:70 on that 12:10 dial in as Dennis Harsh slowed to a 13:39 on his 12:25. Cleve Egerton coming up next. 12:10 they'll be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Going up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:67 is his dial in. He's out of start. And we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like 18,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the striping. The win light's going to come on down there for Cleve Egerton as he goes through with a 12:21 on that 12:18. As Mitch breaks out with a 13:44 on his 13:67. That'll bring up Jacob Lewis next. He's out of McAlpin, Florida, driving the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. Benjamin with a 12:79 dial in. kind of like you expected it would. Red Venom's going to get the win light here, 13:02 on this 12:79. He was 0:11 on the tree. As Jacob Lewis goes out with a 14:81 on his 14:78. And he was behind on the Christmas tree by quite a bit. Nikki Pierce coming up next. And here we're up against Jamie Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. Jamie with a 15:18 dialed in on the Chrysler. Okay, red light start there from Nikki Pierce is going to give Jamie Kelly the automatic win. And Kelly goes through with a 15:20 on that 15:18 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. She got a 12:46 dial in on her Chevy Camaro. And she'll run up against Jay Dickinson over there in the Budweiser lane. 16:70 is his dial in. Okay, so here we go. Monica giving chase to Jay Dickinson. Jay gets a big head start there. Monica's reeling him in pretty quick now. Let's see how it happens when we get to the stripe. And Monica's going to get the win light here, 12:52 on a 12:46. As Jay Dickinson goes out with a 16:81 on his 16:70 dial in. Jim Robart's coming up next. 12:92 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Chevy S10 from Jacksonville. She went up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in on his Chevy Nova. All right, here we go to the Junior Dragsters, and we're going to have Stone Cold Caden Starr coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:90 is going to be his dial in. Going against Sean Daniel out of Lake Butler over here in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is his dial in as well. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Looks like well, it was a little bit tardy here. Let's see how it's going to work out. Well, on double breakout, Caden Starr is going to pick up the win lane. He went 1183 and 1190 dial in. Sean Daniel went 1179 on his 1190. Landon Siegel coming up next. 1196 is going to be the dial in. Going against Brinley Holdaway. 1190 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. They're out of Inverness, Florida. light's gonna come on over there for Riley Holdaway. And she goes 11.96 on 11.90, and is Landon Siegel slowed to a 12.22 on 11.96 dial-in. All right, Carly Mockney coming up over here next. 11.95 is going to be the dial-in. This is your buy run here for the 6 to 9-year-olds. Okay, Kylie goes 11.97 on a 95 dial-in. Okay, that's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891 is going to be his dial-in, going up against Wyatt James Hicks. He's got a 890 dialed in on his car. Yeah, red light started there by Aaron Kennedy. He's going to give Hicks the automatic win light. Hicks goes through with a 897 on his 890 dial in. Kennedy went 890 on his 891. Ryder Horse coming up next. He's got an 897 dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against Blake Jones over there in the Budweiser lane, 890 will be his dial in. Okay, ready to clean green light start in both lanes. And Blake Jones is going to get the win light here as he goes 898 on his 890 dial in. He was 075 on the Christmas tree. He did run there for Blake. Ryder breaks out with an 893 on his 897. Everly Siegel coming up next. 906 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Riverview, Florida. And she'll run up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 892 is going to be her dial, his dial in. Yeah, red light start there by Everly Siegel is going to give Xander Cook the automatic win. And Cook goes through the 901 on his 892. Weston Daniel coming up next. 890 will be his dial in. Going going up against Johnny Moxley. 890 is dialed in for him as well. He's out of Keystone Heights. Okay, we have a clean green light start both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Weston Daniel getting the win light here at 9:02 on that 890 dial in. As Moxley goes out with an 891 on his 890. Okay, that's going to bring up car 212G. I won't have the information handy on it just yet, maybe after a bit. 9 flat's going to be the dial in going against Scarlett Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got 920 dialed in. Okay, we get a pair of red line starts, and the win light's going to come on over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So they get the better of the two red lights. And they go through the 907 on 9 flat, to the 933 on a 920. That's going to bring up Carson Murphy next. 892 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. And Wright Cook will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 892 is his dial in. Okay, red light start there for Ryan Cook's going to give Carson Murphy the automatic lap. Carson just doing an 894 on that 892 dial in. Ryan went through an 889 on his 892. That's going to bring up Molly Banger next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. Both of them have 890 dialed in. Okay, clean start for both of them. 86 now is the difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Lincoln McMaster getting the win line here as he goes 894 on that 890 dial in. As Banger goes out with a 903 on her 890 dial in. Tanner Bachman coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Caden Holdaway is over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Inverness, Florida. Both of them have 890 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. The Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, double entries. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, double entries. Need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Okay, we're going to clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Tanner Bachny picking up the win light here as he goes at 894 on that 890 dial in. Kate goes closer to the dial. He goes 891 on that 890, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. And that cost him the race. All right, so now we're going to go over here. We've got Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is her dial in. And she'll be going up against Briella Browning over there in Budweiser lane. She's got an 896 dial in. And it looks like we got 62 thousandths of a second difference on this one at the starting line. And at the stripe, your win line's going to come on for Briella Browning, 904 at 896 to an 893 on that 890. Okay, so that brings up the Heartbreak Kid, Bobby Starr. Will be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 790 dialed in. Going against Gavin Giddings over here in the Budweiser lane. 838 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Callahan. All right, once again, the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator double entry. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator double entries. Did you make your way into lanes 1 and 2? Okay, we got red light starts in both lanes, and it looks like Gavin Giddings is going to get the win light because he was 010 red to an 031 red for Starr. Giddings goes 833 on an 838, and Bobby Starr went 795 on his 790. Curtis Peak coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is his dial in. So we're going up against the tractor over there in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 2114, 214G. 214G is over there in the Budweiser lane. It's got a 790 dial in as well. Okay, 40,000 separating these two at the starting line. Here we go to strike. Your win lights coming on over there for Curtis Peak. So he goes 791 on this 790 dial in. And Budweiser lane breaks out 788 to the 790. Okay, Allison Reynolds coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 807 is going to be her dial in. And Selena Highhouse is going to go over there in the Budweiser lane. And she also Okay, this is in our house. He's gonna get the win light here on the red light start by Allison Reynolds. And that'll bring up your next pair as we're gonna have this Wyatt Palmatier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 790 his dial in. When he gets Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane, he has a 790 dialed in as well. Okay, red line start from Hunter Dowling. He's going to give the Wyatt Palmatier down back wins. He goes 8 flat on his 790. That'll bring up Dylan McNichol next. 805 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Okay, so Dylan's 006. There's 822 on that 805. All right, so we're going to do a little prep on the raceway before we get back underway. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. These Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro bikes, lane 7. All right, Pro Eliminator, let's get loaded up and ready to go. Pro Eliminator, let's get loaded up and ready to go. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Down to that round where 2 go down, 1 comes back. It's time to thin the herd out, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to start it off with Colin Nash over there on the Bud Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 553 dialed in. He'll be going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 792 dialed in. All right, so Colin Nash found something not going right with the motorcycle, so he's going to pull it out of the way. And this is going to be a competition signal here for Jeremy Davis. And Jeremy goes to a 793 on that 792 dial in. He was 003 on the tree. All right, here we go. We got Vance Hobbyshell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 746 is the dial in for the bike over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 602 is his dial in, the 75 Nova. Okay, and the win light's going to come on for Jimmy Hodges. He goes 605 on that 602 dial in. As Hobbyshell goes out with a 752 on that 746. 87 tenths of a second was the difference at the finish line. David Gaspar coming up next out of Port St. Lucie. He's got a 662 dialed in on the 87 S10. And he'll be going up against Daniel Young out of Palm Harbor, Florida, the 96 Pontiac. He's got a 635 dialed in. He'll run over there in Budweiser lane. All right, Mike Doble's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 648 dialed in on the 84 Dodge Charger going up against Rob Reynolds on the Malibu wagon over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 631 dialed in. Big wheels up, start there for both of them. And 16 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Mike Nobles getting the win line here. 649 on a 648 dial in. As Reynolds breaks out with a 630 on his 631. John DeWayne coming up next. 592 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Kent Grant over here in Budweiser lane. 568 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Tai, Georgia. drive, 10,000 separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes 594 on his 592 dial in. Ken Grant breaks out by 4 thousandths. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 690 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He's out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 626 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. Okay, they're off and running. And the win line's going to come on for Hoxton as he goes dead on 7, picks up the win. Chris French breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Reed Farrar coming up next in the 66 GTO. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 660 dial in. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Red line start for Reed Farrar is going to give D. Lichty the automatic win. And D goes through with a 661 on his 660 dial in. That's going to bring up Brendan George next. 609 to dial in for the Pony Pony. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going up against Chris Courtney in the Budweiser lane. 712 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 39,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chris Courtney getting the win line here as he goes dead on with an 8, picks up the win. Brendan George goes out with a 615 on his 609. Mel Reisky coming up next. 630 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. And he'll have just Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 605 is the dial in for the 57 Chevy. Okay, red line start there for Mel Reisky. He's going to give Darren Stutz the win light. Darren goes through the 613 on that 605. Mel went 633 on his 630. Paul Allen coming up next. 697 is the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. He went up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 582 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Okay, we get a green line start, 31,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Paul Allen's going to get the win line dead 8 with a 008. He put a 16,000 pack together. Travis Marchand was 039, like 588 on an 82 dial. Noah Miller coming up next. 613 the dial in. He's out of Middleburg going against the Barracuda over here in the Budweiser lane. 641 is going to be the dial in. Okay, 3,000 separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Noah Miller picking up the win on a double breakout. So Miller will be moving on into the next round. That's going to bring up Martin and Gillian next. 663 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Here went up against Jim Martin over here in the Budweiser lane. He's 614. He's out of Beaverton, Michigan. And red line start for Jim Martin is going to give Martin and Gillian the automatic red line. And Martin goes dead on 6, picks up the win. That's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. He's got a 615 dialed in. Going up against Lonnie Westbury over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Odom, Georgia. He's got a 696 dialed in on that Plymouth Duster. Okay, we got a clean start for both racers. Here we go. One of them's a little late though. Lonnie Westbury is going to make advantage of that. He goes 702 on that 696. Hoxton went 619 on his 615. Kevin Roberts coming up next, 746 to dial in for the 69 Camaro. And Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 978 dialed in on his Chevy truck. Red light start by Kevin Roberts is going to give Salyers the automatic win. And Salyers goes through with a 992 on his 978 dial in. And Roberts broke out by 5 thousandths as well. All right, Bill Waller coming up next. The 84 Ford Ranger out of Briceville is going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 646 dialed in. He's up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 642 is his dial in. All right, got another clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Ball Waller picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 650 on his 646 dial in. He was 044 as Richard Lindsay breaks out with a 639 on his 642. That's going to bring up George Emanuel next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 750 dialed in. And he'll run up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. Benneman with an 821 dialed in. He's out of Jacksonville. And it looks like we're going to put him on hold here for just a moment. Must be some debris of some sort out there in the racetrack we're going to go pick up. All right, so it looks like everything checked out just fine down on the top end. So we're going to get back to the action here with George Emanuel over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start for Brett Benneman is going to give George Emanuel the win light. And George goes there with a 749 on his 750 dial in. Brett went 824 on his 821. Lee Beverton coming up next. 771 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Dodge. And he'll run up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 706 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Hilliard, Florida. Okay, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. And your win line's going to come off for Jimmy Hall as he goes 7-11 on that 706 dial in. Good run there for him as Egerton breaks out as well as he goes a 770 on that 771. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 704 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Roland Alford over there in Budweiser lane. 714 is the dial in for the S10 out of Glen St. Mary. Okay, got a clean start for both drivers. And the win line's going to come on down there for Mickey Pierce as he goes 708 on that 704 dial in. Is rolling slow to a 729 on his 714. Roland actually had a better reaction time as well. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 687 is going to be the dial in for the AMC Gorilla. And he'll run up against Gary Thompson over there in Budweiser lane. 693 the dial in for the 78 Malibu. He's out of McAlvin, Florida. Okay, we're going to pair of red line starters, but Mike Gaffney had the better of the two, so he gets the red line, moves on into the next round. He goes 688 on his 687 dial in. Andy Lindsay coming up next. And his Ford Mustang. And he'll be running up against the pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, truck number 730. Red line start there for Andy Lindsay. He's going to give the red line to the pickup truck. Yeah, Lindsay went through the 670 on the 67 dial in, 931 on that 845. That's going to bring up Courtney Bumpus next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Barracuda out of Ocala. And Fallon Roach will run over here in the Budweiser lane. She out of St. Augustine. She has an 820 dialed in. And a red line start there by Courtney Bumpus is going to give Fallon Roach the automatic win. And Fallon goes through with an 829 on that 820 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. He's got a 603 dialed in. On the Chevy Camaro out of Melbourne, he'll run up against Debbie Young over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 610 dialed in. She's got a Palm Harbor, Florida. Okay, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Aaron Reynolds. He goes 604 on that 603 dial in as Debbie Young goes out with a 613 on her 610 dial in. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. 657 is the dial in for the 81 Chevy wagon. He'll go up against Leah Tadero. She's out of Gainesville. 754 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. line start. It's up at 15,000 at the starting line. And the win line is going to come off for Searles. He goes dead on 9, gets the win line as Leah breaks out with a 749 on her 754 dial in. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. 608 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. Ernie with a 658 dial in on his 1970 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, we got a clean start here for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. The red light's going on down there for Ernie Renfro as he goes 660 on that 658. As Wyatt Palmatier goes out with a 614 on his 608 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. 618 is going to be the dial in. 95 Mustang out of Jacksonville. And Tom Courtney will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 657 the dial in for the Trans Am. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Okay, red line start for Tom Courtney is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through the 721 on his 718. Courtney went 651 on his 657. Mark Nell coming up next. 654 is going to be the dial in on the S10 pickup truck. He's out in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against James Evans over there in the Budweiser lane. 692 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, got a clean start here for both racers. And it's going to be James Evans getting the win line here, 695 on that 692 dial in. He was 026 on the tree. Now goes out with a 656 on his 654. He was 043. Bill Green coming up next, 6 flat the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 688 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence. Okay, here we go. We got a clean start here. 18,782 at the starting line, and it's going to be Bill Green getting the win line here. 601 on his 6 flat dial in. Clint Wilson breaks out with the 685 on his 688 dial in. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 765 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll go up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser lane. 551 to dial in for the Malibu wagon. Okay, win line there is coming off for John Siegel. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to start making your way into lanes 1 and 2 by double entries, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, double entries. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, we got Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 698 is going to be his dial in. Going against David Zink over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 699 dialed in. Okay, got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Zink getting the win line here. He goes 710 on that 699. Scott DeLeon went 711. his 698. Steve Welsh coming up next. 693 to dial in for the Plymouth Duster out of Ocala. He'll go up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 694 is the dial in for the Chevy truck. Okay, 82,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kenny Hires getting the win light here. 706 on that 694. As Welsh goes out with a 710 on his 693. Robert Treadwell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 611 dialed in. Going against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 629 dialed in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Okay, green light started both lights. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Rob Reynolds getting the win light here. 632 on that 629 dial in. That'll bring up your next pair as we got Perry Kent coming up over here into the Lucas Oil lane out of Lake Butler, Florida. 715 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 626 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales. Super Pro double entries to lane 1 and 2. Super Pro double entries lanes 1 and 2. Start making your way into the lanes, please. Okay, here we go. We're pretty tight there at the starting line. The win light's going to come on for Perry Kent. He goes 720 on a 715 dial in. As Mike French goes out with a 670 on his 626 dial in. Ray Northrup coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Trenton, Florida. And Curtis Peak going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 670 the dial in for the GMC pickup. All right, attention to pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Engine lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes. All right, Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Start making your way into the lanes, please. Okay, red light start there for Chuck Willows. Going to get Kenny Hagler on the automatic red light. Kenny went through the 553 on her 552 dial in. All right, Mike Moore coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 559 dialed in. He'll go up against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. 550 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. Okay, Holder's going to get the win line here as he goes 5:52 on that 5:50 dial in. He had a 007 reaction time. Moore goes out with a 5:59.7 on his 5:59. He was 0.26 on the Christmas tree. 66 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. Scott DeLong coming up next. 5:63 is his dial in. He'll run up here on the Budweiser lane, going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5:76 dial in. Okay, red light here is going to come on for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He goes 580 on that 576 dial in. Scott DeLong goes out with a 567 on his 563. That's going to bring up Sammy Rodriguez Jr. 555 is the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's from Bellevue, Florida. He'll run up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. Leachman with a 554 dial in. He's out of Wildwood. Okay, win line's coming on for Sandy Rodriguez as he goes 559 on that 555 dial in. Leachman slow to a 582 on his 554. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 561 is his dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. He'll run up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 793 dial in. All right, 2,000 difference at the starting line. And the win light comes on for Hagedorn as he goes 563 on a 61 dial in. Jeremy breaks out with a 789 on his 793. All right, Vance Hodeshell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 752 dialed in. He'll run up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 775 is his dial in. And Vance is going to get the win line here, 756 on a 752 dial in. As Berger slows to an 811 on his 775. All right, Kevin Cady coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Keystone Heights. He's got a 535 dial in. And Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, he's got a 533 dial in. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, need you in lane 8, please. Super Pro, we got Tiara Carter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 518 is going to be her dial in. She'll go up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 462 dialed in. Okay, we have a clean start, 15,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tiara Carter getting the win line here. She has 518 with an 8 on 518 dial in. Horton slowed to a 465 on his 462. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 458 is going to be the dial in for the drag show at Orange Park. And he'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 is his dial in. Okay, red light start there by Hicks. Is going to give Brian Jones the automatic win light. He goes through the 459 on that 458 dial in. Nick Brown coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 605 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 497 dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Okay, 3,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with a 19 reaction time. Nick Brown went 608 on his 605. Here comes yesterday's winner, Tony Morris, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 469 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Trent Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. 490 is his dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. a red line start by Tony Morris is going to give Trent Horton the automatic win. And Trent goes through the 490 with a 9 on his 490 dial in with a 009 reaction time. He put an 18th now back together. Tony Morris was 002, Red went 507 on his 469. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 481's his dial in. He went up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 448 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, Brendan George is going to get the win right here as he goes 482 on that 481. And Kelly Hicks goes dead on 2. But unfortunately, he was behind on the Christmas tree. Couldn't make it up. Brendan George moving on into round number 3. Red light start there by David Zimmerman. It's going to give Troy Bulker the automatic win light. Troy goes through the 685 on that 681 dial in. Charles Racer coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 519 is going to be his dial in. He's from Callahan, Florida. And Mike Nick Bryson is going to be over here in Budweiser lane. 656 is his dial in. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. Okay, 1,000 races to the starting line. This should be close. And the win line's going to come on down there from Mike Nick Bryson. 658 on that 656 dial in. As Charles Racer goes out with a 522 on his 519. Mike Bennett coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 is his dial in. Okay, 3,000 separated to the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Bennett getting the win line. 471 on 468. Good run there for him. As Schaefer goes out with a 639 on his 636. John Dwayne coming up next. 594 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Donnie Hutto. Hutto driving the 71 Mercury Comet over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 689 dial in. He's from Jessup, Georgia. Yeah, red light start by John Dwayne. It's going to give Johnny Hutto the automatic win. Hutto goes 689 with a 4 on his 689 dial in. Here comes Shirley Powell. 657 is the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Green Coast Springs. He'll run up against Chuck Trotter over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. All right, we got a 3,000 starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Chuck Trotter is going to get the win line here. He's 004 on the Christmas tree, goes dead on 4, puts an 8 now back together. Shirley Powell went back. 007 is 658 on his 657. George Neidlinger coming up next. For Cassie, Pennsylvania, 664 is going to be the dial in for the Chevelle over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Ken Grant over here in Budweiser lane. 565 is the dial in for Grant. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Okay, we have a clean green light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win light here as he goes dead on 7. Neidlinger actually had the better reaction time, but just could not run the number as he goes out with his 565 on the 564. Dan Dobson coming up next. 645 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He is out of Gainesville. Here's Thomas Campbell over there in Budweiser lane, and on the red light starts for both drivers. Dan Dobson's going to get the win light as he was 001 red. Tommy Campbell was 009 red. Dobson runs dead on 1. Thomas went 639 on his 38. Okay, Danielle Mockney coming up next. 482 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. She'll run up against Big Singer, Somerfield. She's got a 607 dial in. Okay, so Danielle Mockney's going to get the win right here. She goes through that 506 on the 482. Then goes 610 on his 607 dial in. I'm not even going to say what Vic's reaction time was because he don't want that publicly known. Mark Watson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 591 is going to be his dial in. Going to go up against Cameron Fredrickson over there in Budweiser lane. He's got a 446 dial in. All right, 3,000 separated to the starting line. And it's going to be Watson getting the win right here, 591 on that 591. As Cameron Fredrickson slows to a 447 on his 446. Victor Adams coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His 89 Pontiac Firebird from Gainesville. And Jordan Prince over here in the Budweiser lane has got a 464 dial in. She's out of Sanford, Florida. Okay, attention on the pits, attention on the pits. Understand that the pit stop is going to be closing in about 15 minutes. So if you are wanting to get something to eat or drink, you got about 15 minutes to go over there and get it before they're going to be closing for the day. So if you want something from the pit stop, you need to head on over there and get it while you can. They'll be closing in about 15 minutes. Okay, David Harris runs 10 on 2, picks up the win. Okay, here comes our next pair. We got Kim Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 447 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Deland. She'll go up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 453 dial in. He's out of Sanford. Okay, we've got a 16-pound difference at the starting line, and Scott Gibson's going to get the win line here as he does 4:54 on a 53 dial in. As Kim Palmatier slowed to a 4:52 on her 4:47. She actually had a better reaction time. She was double at 4 to an 0:20. All right, Keith Collins Jr. coming up next. 5:59 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Trey Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. Trey with a 4:80 dial in. And we have a clean green line starting here. 14,000 separates two of the starting line. It's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win line here. 4:82 on a 4:80 dial in. Collins goes out with a 5:62 on his 5:59. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wanting something from the concession stand, you got about 15 minutes to get over there before they close up for the day. So if you're looking for something from the concession stand, you need to head on over there now because they're going to be closing in about 15 minutes. Okay, Will Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:74 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:60 is the dial in. He's out of St. John's, Florida. All right, clean start for both drivers. Here we go. Will Highhouse gets the win line. 4:75 on a 74 dial in. As D. Lichty bows out with a 6:66 on his 6:60. Jim Barbera coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida. He's got a 6:50 dialed in on his 66 Chevy Nova. Going up against Bobby Trinnell on a Ford White. He's got a 5:26 dialed in on that 33 Ford Roadster. A red line start there for Barbera is going to give Bobby Trinnell the automatic win. And Bobby goes through the 5:26.3 on his 5:26 dial in. Okay, you got Luke Galley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It looks like he may be having some issues with the Corvette. Boss coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 582 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He'll be going up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. 519 is the dial in for Kaiser. He's out of Green Cove Springs. Okay, 3,000 separate the two at the start, and then 4,000s. And at the stripe, it's going to be Andrew Kaiser getting the win light here, 520 on the 519. Mike Boss goes out with the 587 on his 582. Randy Banger Jr. coming up next in the Lucas Oil lane. 487 is the dial in. He'll be going up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. 715 is the dial in for the Williston-based Malibu. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Banger getting the win light here. 493 on his 487. As Joe slid with 736 on his 715. Joe actually had better reaction time. So car just wouldn't run the number. All right, Haley Wright coming up next. It's 510 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. She'll be going up against Carl Gwynn Jr. He's out of Budweiser lane's got a 621 dial in. Okay, 10,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Haley Wright getting the win line here. She goes dead on 8 with a 10 reaction time, so good run there for Haley. Carl Gwynn Jr. goes dead on 4, but he's up 20 on the tree. 61 10,000ths of a second is the difference. Paul Allen coming up next. 698 is going to be his dial in, and he'll be running up against Dan Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. 639 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, Paul Allen's going to get the win line here, 701 on the 698. And as he was 004 on the tree, Dan Warren goes 643 on the 639. He was a bit behind on the tree. Dave Demer's coming up next. All right, Dave Demarest going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 474 dialed in, going up against Michael Hart over there in the Budweiser lane. 613 is the dial in. And a red light start there for Hart. It's going to give Dave Demarest the automatic win. Okay, Wyatt Palmetier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 603 dialed in. He'll be going up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser lane. 559 is his dial in on the Chevy wagon. be Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. All right, Brian Palmatier picks up the win light here as he goes through the 604 and that 603 dial in. Siegel goes out with a 555 and it's 559. He's behind on the Christmas tree by a bunch too. All right, attention in the pits. Need the Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7. Junior Street. Looks like y'all are in the lanes. I need Sportsmen. Start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Red line start for Jason Graham's going to give Derek Brewster the automatic win here. Brewster goes double with 1, goes dead on with an 8, puts a 9th out back together. Jason went 567 on his 566. Okay, that's going to bring up your next pairs. We got Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 611 is going to be his dial in. Him going up against Brett Martin over here in Budweiser lane. Martin's out of Ellington, Florida. Got a 615 dial in. All right, you got 17,000 at the starting line, and it's going to be Treadwell getting the win light here. So he goes 612 on that 611 dial in as Martin breaks out with a 614 on the 615 dial in. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 701 is going to be his dial in, driving the Mazda pickup truck. They're right up against Kurt Carlson. Carlson with a 495 dial in. He went over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention to pits, folks. If you need any Sunoco race fuel, you've got till 3 o'clock. Give you a half hour to get back there and get your race fuel needs taken care of. So if you need any Sunoco race fuel, you got a half hour to get back there and get your racing fuel needs taken care of. we go. We got Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat's going to be the dial in for the Camaro. He's going to be going up against Mike Moore over here in the Budweiser lane. 559 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes, and it's going to be Mike Moore getting the win light here as he goes 561 on that 559. He had a perfect reaction time. Mark Horton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 643 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. Coming up against Daniel Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 is his dial in. Okay, looks like we got about a 36-time difference at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. It's going to be Daniel Young getting the win light here on a double breakout. He broke out by 8 thou, and it looks like Horton broke out by about 18. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 458 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, sponsor of this class. Going up against Mike Gaffney over there in the Budweiser lane. 687 is his dial in. He's out of Wildwood. Okay, we got a 17-time difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Brian Jones picking up the win line. He goes dead. He goes 459 on that 458. Gaffney breaks out with a 685 on his 687. All right, here we go. We got Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 496 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. Okay, 1 mile separates these two at the starting line, and it's going to be Ari Kelly getting the win line here. 496 with a 6 on 496. He was at 14 on the tree. Hagedorn bows out with a 557 on his 560. Nick Brown coming up next. 603 is going to be the dial in for the 67 Camaro. He's out of Orange Park. And here right up against Don Higgins over here in the Budweiser lane. 458 is going to be his dial in. go. We got Luke Alley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Corvette. He's out of Fort White. One of his Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 541 is the dial in for Stutz. He's out of Green Cove Springs in that 1940 Willys. All right, Luke Alley's going to get the win light here as he goes dead on 6. Stutz went 547 on his 541. All right, so here we go as we're getting ready to run Junior Street. Attention down the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters. Need to start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes. Need by 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go, Junior Street. We have Molly Banger coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1022 is going to be the dial in for the big Super Duty Ford. Going up against Michael Martin. 920 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Okay, Mike Martin is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. Okay, that's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1070 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 910 dialed in out of Northport, Florida. Okay, red light start there by Dylan McNichol is going to give the automatic win here to Hunter Dowling. And Dowling goes through with a 1077 on that 1070 dial in. All right, Jemai Run coming up here next for Jacob Richards out of Gainesville. 1040 will be the dial in on the Expedition. back into the pro nights, and we've got Tom Boats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1088 is going to be his dial in, going up against Dwayne Leachman there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 882 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. Your red light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Leachman on a double breakout. He went 880 on his 882. Moats goes 1079 on his 1088. Chuck Willem coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 980 dialed in. Here we go up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. Davis with a 1259 dial in. That red light start there by Jeremy Davis is going to give Chuck Willem the automatic win. And Chuck goes through with a 996 on his 980 dial in. Jeremy also broke out with 1253 on 1259. Anthony Baera coming up next, 845 the dial in for the bike out of Palm Coast. Coming up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1130 is the dial in for Johnson. Okay, 2,000 to separate the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Roy Johnson getting the win line here as he goes 11:53 on 11:30 dial in as Anthony slows to a 9:01 on that 8:45. Larry Berger coming up next, 12:26 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:84 is the dial in. 29,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Different win lines coming on for Scott DeLong. He is on double breakout. He goes 1274 on the 1284. Berger went 1205 on his 1226. Vance Hottishell coming up next. 985 the dial in for the bike out of Vero Beach. He'll be going up against Reginald Harper over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 647 dial in. Okay, you get a green light start. Neither one was stellar on the tree, but let's see how it works out down on the top end. Reginald Harper is going to get the win light here on a breakout by Vance. Harper went with a 965 on his 947, and Vance goes out with a 979 on his 985. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 838 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Kevin Caddy. 825 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. And a red line start for Katie. He's going to get the automatic win here to Dwayne Schmidt Sr. And Schmidt goes through with an 843 on his 838. And goodbye run coming up here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And he's got a 906 dialed in. Dwayne Schmidt goes through with a dead on 6. And that will wrap up the street bikes as we now are going over here to Sportsman. And we're going to have Mickey Pierce over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro, and Dan Sayers over there in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy truck. Pierce with 1129 dial in, Sayers with a 1490. Okay, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Okay, Pierce and Sayers, they're off and running. 7th aisle separates the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. Your win line's going to come on for Mickey Pierce. He goes 1160 on that 1129 dial in. And Sayers slows to a 1543 on that 1490 dial in. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 12 flat in the dial in for the Dodge Charger. We're going up against Steven Strickland in the Chevy Camaro out of St. John's. And the win line's going to come on for Jeff Barrier as he goes through with a 1202 on a 12 flat dial in. Steven Strickland goes 1192 on his 1184. Dennis Harsh coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1225 is going to be the dial in. And here we go up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat is going to be the dial in for Hires. Okay, well, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. The win line is going to come on down there for Kenny Hires. He goes 1104 on that 11 flat dial in. As Dennis Harsh goes out with a 1238 on his 1225. John Lambola coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1305 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 1118 is the dial in for the 77 Trans Am. All right, 13,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Lamdola getting the win light here as he goes dead on 1 and gets the win light. Chris Courtney goes out with 1121 on his 1118. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. 1341 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Stark. And here we're up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Clint with an 11 flat dial in on the 68 Nova. All right, 21,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to strike. Win line's going to come on down there for Mitch Gunner. As he goes 1347 on a 1341. Clint Wilson with 1122 on his 11 flat. Bart Pangillian coming up next. He's got a 1256 dial in on the Chevy Corvette. And we run up against Jamie Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 1525 is the dial in for Kelly. Okay, they're both away clean and green. Okay, Bart Pangillian is going to get the win light here as he goes 1260 on that 1256. Jimmy Kelly breaks out with a 516 on his 525. Bart was 027. Kelly was 192. Chad King coming up next. Got 1204 dialed in on his Pontiac Firebird going up against David Muscard out of Beverly Hills. The 72 Dodge Demon has got 1118 dialed in. Okay, looks like David's going to get the run right here, 1119. 1118. Monica Roberts coming up next. She's got 1248 dialed in on her Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. She'll go up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. Dickinson with a 1680 dialed in. Okay, we get a real clean, good line start there for Monica. Jay was just a bit tardy. Let's see how this works out down on the top end. Jay Dickinson breaks out with a 1673 on his 1680 dial-in. Monica goes through with a 1257 on her 1248. Monica was 004 on the Christmas tree. Cleve Egerton coming up next. 1216 is his dial-in. He'll be going up against Daniel Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. 1467 is his dial-in. And a red light start there by Davis is going to give Egerton the automatic win. All right, Jen Robart's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she's got 1291 dialed in, going up against Bob Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flats his dial in. Okay, Hodgson gets the win light here as he goes 11-13 on the 11 flat dial in. He's going to bring up Jacob Lewis next. 1481 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 1289 the dial in for the GTO. Okay, got a rerun we need to take care of here real quick, because we got Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the soil side of the track. He's got a 701 dialed in. He'll be running up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 495 dialed in on the direction out of St. Augustine. Okay, looks like Kurt Carlson's going to get the win line here on a double red light start. He was 005 red and Chad was 018 red. Chad went 704 on his 701. Carlson was 506 on his 495. Okay, looks like we're going to get things kicked off here. What looks like a Byron. Stone Cold Kate Star is going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be the dial in. All right, so Kate Star goes through with an 1192 and then 1190 dial in. Landon Siegel coming up next. 1190 is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Shaw Daniel over here in Budweiser lane also got 1190 dialed in. He's in the lake from Lake Butler. get a clean green light start here. Looks like it's going to be 43 thou difference at the starting line. At the stripe, you're going to have Landon Siegel picking up the win light, 11.97 on that 11.90 dial in. As Sean Angle goes out 11.93 on that 11.90 dial in. Kylie Botany coming up next. 11.98 is going to be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Brightly Holdaway. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 11.93 is her dial in. She's out of Inverness, Florida. Okay, so we got a clean start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come up down there for Kylie Botany. She goes to the 12.16 on the 11.98. Brightly goes out with 11.98 on her 11.93. All right, so it looks like we're going to step up to the next class as we're going to the 10 to 12-year-olds. All right, Sierra Hayden over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Wyatt Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. And Sierra is going to get the win light here. She goes 8.96 on that 8.90 dial in. This Hicks breaks out with an 8.92 on an 8.96 dial in. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 8.91 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. They're right up against Blake Jones over here in Budweiser lane. 8.90 will be Blake's dial in. All right, 9 thou separate the two of the starting line. And the stripe is going to be Aaron Kennedy getting the win light here, 8.95 on his 8.91 as Blake Jones breaks out by 4 thousandths. Everly Siegel coming up next. 9.09 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Sanford Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 8.90 dial in. Okay, we have a clean green light start in both lanes. And it looks like Siegel's going to break out and hand the win over to Xander Cook. Cook goes through with an 897 on his 899 lane. Siegel broke out with a 907 on her 909. She was way better on the Christmas tree, though. That'll bring up Scarlett Hicks next. 920 is going to be her violin. And she'll run up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, you got 7,000 difference in the starting line. And at the stripe is going to be Weston Daniel picking up the win light here. He goes 895 on that 890 dial in. Ryder Horse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got 890 dialed in. He'll be running up against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. Riding with an 890 as well. Okay, red light start there for Ryder Horse is going to give Ryan Cook the automatic win light. All right, attention to the bids. If you're missing a neck collar, they have it down at the E2 down there past time slip. So if you're missing your neck collar, it is down there by E2. So you can go down there and pick it up where the ambulance is at. Okay, Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be going up against car number 2200, 22,000. I'm sure who it is. Maybe I'll find out when they come back. They just picked up the win line, 891 on an 890 dial in. Carson Murphy coming up next. 894 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Tanner Bachme over here in the Budweiser lane. 894 is going to be his dial in as well. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sonny Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow go to 3 and 4. Need Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro bikes need you to lane 7. All right, 11,000 separate two of these at the starting line. And the win line's going to come off for Carson Murphy on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Grayson Edelman over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 904 is going to be a dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 893 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Okay, we had a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 16,000 difference at the starting line, and the stripe is going to end up being Briella Browning getting her win line here at 898 on her 893 dial in. As Grayson breaks out with an 896 on her 904 dial in. Caden Holdaway coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 will be his dial in. Going against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 is also his dial in. Okay, we get a clean green light start for both of them. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway on a double breakout. Caden moves on into the next round. Kids. We got Curtis Meek coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Quitman, Georgia. Savannah High House over here in the Budweiser lane. Also got a 790 dial in. She's out of Middleburg. All right, once again, looking for Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. The Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Red light start there for High House is going to give Pete the automatic win. And Pete goes through the 785 on the 790. Savannah went 789 or 790. Allison Reynolds coming up next. 810's the dial in. She's out of Melbourne, Florida. Running up against Gad Gibbons. He's over here out of Callahan, Florida. Got an 834 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start, 15,000 separates to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming on for Gavin Giddings. Is he on a double breakout? He went 830 on the 34. Allison Reynolds goes through with an 802 on the 810. Gilliana Edelman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 790 dial in. And Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 810 dial in out of Northport, Florida. Red line start there by Dylan McNichols, going to get the automatic win here to Edelman. That's going to bring up Wyatt Palmatier next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Hunter Dowling there in the Budweiser lane. Both of them have a 7, well, it's got 90 dial in for Palmatier, 798 is the dial in for Dowling. All right, got a clean green line start, 44,000 difference in the starting line. And it's going to be Hunter Dowling picking up the win here on a double breakout. So here we move on to the next round. All right, we're going to do a little prep on the raceway before we get back underway. Once again, I'm looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Looking for the Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro bikes lane 7.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 3. Eliminator. You got John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil travel track. 596 is going to be the dial in. Chili Camaro in Jacksonville. And here we're up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. Salyers has a 999 dialed in. On his Chevy pickup. All right, so John Dwayne will have to be a little patient here as he's going to front Salyers just over 4 seconds of a head start here before he can start trying to chase him. And we got a clean green light start. You got 67 thousandths seconds to separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here as he goes through the 597 on his 96 dial in. The Salyers went 1008 on his 999 dial. Mike Noble's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 649 is going to be the dial in for the 1984 Dodge Charger. They're going up against Lonnie Westbury out of the Budweiser lane. Got a 697 dial in on the Plymouth Duster out of Odom, Georgia. And a red line start for Lonnie is going to give Mike Nobles the automatic win. And Nobles goes through the 649.9 on his 649. He had a 003 reaction time, so he put together a 12,000 pack, 1,200 pack. Harry Kent coming up next. 719 the dial in for the Mustang out of Lake Bowler. They go up against Daniel Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 is the dial in. He's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Daniel Young. 637 on the 35 dial in. Perry Kent went dead on 9, but couldn't get the deal done. He was behind on the Christmas tree. 076 to an 028. Bill Green coming up next. 6 flat to dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. Here we have this Martin Pankillian over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 664 dialed in. He's out of Belrose, Florida. Okay, we're clean and green. 13,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bill Green getting the win line here. 601 on the 6 flat dial in. As Bart goes out with a 667 on a 664. Bart actually had better reaction time by 13,000. That's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. 692 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going up against Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. Hodges with a 604 dial in. And Jimmy goes red by a bunch. So Hoxton picks up the win light. Waller coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Forward 649 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going against Jimmy Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. Hall with a 711 dial in. And the red light starting there for Jimmy Hall is going to give Waller the automatic win. He goes through the 652 on that 649 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. 722 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 666 dial in on that 69 Camaro. Okay, we got a perfect reaction time for D. Lichty. Let's see if he can do something with it. He'll get the win line, goes 675 on that 666. Dawson Bass was dead on with a 0. Can't get the win line to come on with a 162 reaction time. Chris Courtney coming up next. 712 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Gainesville, going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. Ernie with a 660 dial in. And red line start there for Chris Courtney. He's going to give Ernie Renfro the automatic win. And Ernie goes in dead on with a 6. George Emanuel coming up next. 750 is going to be his dial in. He's out of High Springs. He'll be going up against David Zink over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 7 flat dial in. Fourth aisle separates the two at the starting line. And George Emanuel is going to get the win line here as he goes 752 on that 750 dial in as David Zink breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 687 is going to be his dial in. The 77 AMC Gremlin over there in the Budweiser, in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. 701 to dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. That's 72 Maverick. And we get a clean start here. Looks like we got 25 thou difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here. 702 on that 701 dial in. As Gaffney breaks out by 5 thousandths. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 710 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. 692 is going to be his dial in. The Ford out of Jacksonville. Yeah, red light started there for James Evans. He's going to give Pierce the automatic win. And Pierce goes through the 706 on that 710 dial in. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's under Rockledge, Florida. He's got a 657 dial in. They're running up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 699 dial in. Okay, clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Mike Zerl getting the win line here, 661 on that 657. As Kenny Hires breaks out by 5 thousandths. All right, Noah Miller coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 614 the dial in for the S10. It's going against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. Stutz with a 614 dial in as well. Red light started by Stutz. Going to give Miller the automatic win. And Stutz went 608. And Miller goes through the 620. Rob Reynolds coming up next, 631 to dial in for the station wagon out of Melbourne. He'll be going up against Curtis Peak over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 674 dialed in. All right, attention to the bids, attention to the bids. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Need Junior Street, make your way into staging lane 8, please. Junior Street, start making your way into staging lane 8. All right, wheels up, starting there for Siegel, and he's going to get the red light there with a 572 on that 553. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 605 is going to be his dial in. Going against Fallon Roach over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 827 dialed in on the Ford Mustang. All right, once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, needs you to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, make your way into lane 8, Junior Street. Make your way to lane, staging lane number 8, please. We got a clean start in both lanes. And Aaron Reynolds gets the win light here as he goes 615 on that 605. Fallon goes out with an 833 on her 827 dial in. And that'll bring up Jeremy Davis next. And Jeremy's got a 785 dialed in. All right, Jeremy goes through the 787 on that 785 dial in. All right, so here we go to the Super Pro motorcycles. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 576 is going to be his dial in. Coming against Richard Holder over there in the Budweiser lane. 552 is the dial in for him. All right, 15 now separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Richard Holder getting the win light here as he has 555 on the 552. Schmidt bows out with the 580 on his 576. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. 555 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. And here right up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. Budweiser Lane 542 is his dial in. He's out of Spar, Florida. All right, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to get the win light here as he goes 558 on his 555. Schmidt goes out to the 546 on the 542 dial in. That'll bring up Kevin Cady next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 532 dialed in. Here right up against Candy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 554 dialed in. And Candy Hagedorn is going to get the win light here. She has 556 on her 554 dial in. Katie went 534 on a 532. They were 017 and 019. You got a 43 ten-thousandths of a second was the margin of victory there for Candy Hagedorn. That'll bring up Roy Hagedorn. He's got a 559 dialed in. He'll be running up against Vance Hodeshell over there in the Budweiser lane. 748 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Roy Hagedorn gets the win light there as he goes 561 on that 559. Vance broke out with a 743 on his 748. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need street bikes to lane 7, pro bikes lane 7, and sportsmen. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6, please.
All right, I'm going to take the subtitles off, go back side by side here for a few, as I've got to get ready for the third round of sportsmen. Hey, if you're watching this on YouTube, we appreciate you. Please subscribe. And those who are watching it on Facebook, if you're sitting at the house, go to our YouTube page, like us, subscribe, and you can watch the live feed on your big TV instead of trying to look at it from a tablet or your phone.
All right, here we go into the Super Pro. We got Tierra Gardner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 518 is going to be her dial in. Showing up against Mike Van Ryzen over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 658 dialed in on the Chevy 2 Nova out of Brooksville. right, clean start, both lanes. We got 8,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Mike Ned Rising getting the win line here, 661 on that 658 dial in. That'll bring up Flying Brian Jones. He'll be on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 459 is going to be his dial in. Here went up against David Harris out of McClenny. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 477 dial in. Okay, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's Flying Brian Jones getting the win line here, 461 on a 459 dial in. Harris goes out with a 479 on his 477. 34 10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 481 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Donnie Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. Hutto with a 689 dial in, George with a 481. All right, each street bikes are Pro Bikes to lane 7, Pro Bikes lane 7, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Okay, one of them's good, one of them's a little late. But it didn't work out like you would think it would. Brendan George gets the win line. He was 482, he was 045. Hutto was double as 6. But couldn't run the number. He went 694 on the 689. 34 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory for Brendan George. Dan Dobson coming up next. 645 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He went up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 497 dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, 5,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Then the win line's given off for Hicks. As he goes 498 on his 497. Dobson goes out with a 646 on 645. Troy Balker coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Ocala. And he went up against Chuck Trotter out of McClenny. 463 is his dial in. Okay, looks like we got about 11,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Troy Balker getting the win line here, 685 on a 684 dial in. As Chuck Trotter goes out with a 466 on his 463. Mark Watson coming up next. 591 is going to be the dial in. It's out of Shelton Bluff, Georgia. Driving the Pontiac Trans Am. Here we're up against Trent Horton over here in Budweiser lane. 490 is the dial in for Horton. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like about 12,000's the difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Trent Horton getting the win line here. He goes dead on pace with a 13 reaction time. Mark Watson slows with a 593 on his 591. Luke Galley coming up next, 558 to dial in for the 77 Corvette out of Fort White. Here we're up against Jordan Prince over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 466 dialed in. She's out of Sanford, Florida. Looks like 13,000 separated two in the starting line. Here we go to this track, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win line here. 466 with a 9 on a 66 dial in. Louis Slow to a 561 on his 558. Dave Difference coming up next out of Fort McCoy, Florida. He's got a 474 dialed in on the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Here we're up against Daniel Young over there in the Budweiser lane. 633 is the lead dial in. Okay, 22,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dave Demarest getting the win line here. As he goes 479 on a 74 dial in, as Daniel Young breaks out by 4 thousandths. Mike Bennett coming up next. He's got a 469 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, running up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 526 is Bobby's his dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two of the starting line. It's going to be Trinnell getting the win line here as he goes 527 on a 26 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next. 565 is his dial in. And the Chevy Nova. He's from Ty, Georgia. Going up against Andrew Kaiser over here in Budweiser lane. 519 is his dial in. Kaiser breaks out. All right, Will Nyhouse coming up next. 474 is going to be his dial in. Here we run up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. 456 is his dial in. Now separating the two of the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Scott Gibson getting the win line here as he was 457 on that 456 dial in. All right, Danielle Mockney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Trey Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 481 dial in. stripe, 15,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Trey Butler getting away with lights. He goes 483 on a 481. And Danielle also goes 483 on her 482. Randy Banker Jr. coming up next. 488 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. He'll be going up against Nick Brown over there in the Budweiser lane. Brown with a 603 dial in. Okay, red light's going to come on down there for Randy Baker Jr. as he goes 490 on that 488 dial in. Nick Brown bows out with a 605 on that 603. Haley Wright coming up next. She's over here on the Lucas Oil Lane, got a 510 dialed in. Going up against Robert Treadwell over here in Budweiser Lane. He's got a 611 dialed in. All right, 4,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go. The stripe is going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes dead on 8 with a 10 reaction time, puts an 18,000 pack together. Haley Wright goes out with a 512 on her 510. That'll bring up Wyatt Palmetier next, 605 the dial in for the DeLand-based truck. Going up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. Allen with a 7 flat dial in for the Maverick out of Middleburg. Red line start for Paul Allen is going to give Wyatt Palmetier the automatic win. Wyatt goes 6 flat on that 605. All right, so here we go. We got Derek Brewster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 515 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. He'll be matched up against Brian Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 461 dialed in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. Okay, 11,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. It's going to be Jones getting the win line here. 462 on his 461. Brewster goes out with a 519 on a 515. Ari Kelly coming up next. 496 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Michael Moore. over here in the Budweiser lane on the motorcycle. He's got a 560 dialed in. All right, looking for Hunter Dowling and Tim Goolsby. We're fixing to run Junior Street. Junior Street's fixing to come out. Looking for Tim Goolsby and Hunter Dowling to get to your car. All right, 9th out, separate these two in the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Moore getting the win right here as he is dead on 4 as Kelly breaks out. we go. We got Hunter Dowling coming over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 1090 dialed in, going up against Michael Martin over there in the Budweiser lane. 920 is going to be the dial in for the S10. All right, red light's going to come on down there for Hunter Dowling as he goes through at 11:12 on that 1090 dial in. Is Michael Martin's truck slowed to a 985 on that 920 dial in. All right, here we go back to the Pro Bikes, and we got Scott DeLong coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1278 is going to be his dial in. They're running up against Chuck Woolham over here in the Motor Brothers lane. He's got a 980 dialed in. All right, attention to the biz, attention to the biz. Junior dragsters, need you start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you in the lanes. Come on down. Yeah, red line start there for Chuck. Going to give the automatic win here to Scott. All right, then bring up your next pair of ears. We got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 908 is going to be his dial in. Here running against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 879 dialed in. All right, once again, need junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you in the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you in the staging lanes. And red light start there for Leachman. It's going to give Wayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. And Schmidt goes through with a 910 on that 908 dial in. All right, attention to the bids. Looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. Come on down. All right, Mickey Pierce coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:30 is going to be the dial-in for the 82 Camaro. Going up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. 11:01's his dial-in. He's got a Hawthorne. Okay, we got a clean start, both lanes, 14th thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Kenny Hires. 11:07 on 11:01 dial in. Mickey Pierce goes up with 11:38 on 11:30 dial in. That'll bring up John Lamdola next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird. And he'll run up against Brett Veneman. Over there in the Budweiser lane, 1289 is the dial in for the 06 GTO out of Jacksonville. Red line start there by Brett Veneman is going to give Lamdola the automatic win. And John goes through the 1412 on that 1303 dial in. Brett breaks out with a 1287 on his 89 to go along with his red light start. Bart Pangillian coming up next. 1257 is the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. Going up against David Biscard over here in the Budweiser lane. 1117 is the dial in. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida, driving the 72 Dodge Demon. And we got a green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Bart Pangillian. 1258 on a 57 dial in. Good run there for Bart. As David breaks out with an 1116 on an 1117 dial in. Brings up your next pair, Clint Everton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12-18 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orlando. He'll run up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:47 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay. Here we go to the stripe. It looks like it should be Mitch Gunner getting the win light here. So he goes 13:55 on this 13:47. Egerton breaks out with a 12:15 on that 12:18 dial in. Jeff Barrier coming up next. Got a 12:10 dial in on the Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Bob Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Okay, Bob Hodgson's going to get the win light here as he goes 11:05 on that 11 flat dial in as Jeff Barrier breaks out with a 12:02 on his 12:10 dial in. Andy Byron coming up here from Monica Roberts. All right, here we go. We got Kylie Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:03 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Caden the Star out of Palm Coast. He's got 11:90 dialed in. And the wind light's gonna come on down there for Kate Star. She goes through 1191 on that 1190 dial in. Finally breaks out with a 12 flat on her 1203. And it looks like a fire run coming up here for Landon Siegel. All right, here we go to our 10 to 12-year-olds, and we got Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Keystone Heights. But up against Xander Cook over there in the Budweiser lane. 895 is his dial in. He's out of Orange Park. Okay, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 61 thousandths difference at the starting line and the stripe. The wind light's going to come on for Sierra Hayden on a double breakout. She breaks out by 2 thousandths. And Xander breaks out with an 892 on his 895. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 891 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Johnny Moxley over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 890 dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. Okay, got a big difference in the reaction times here. And Aaron Kennedy's going to get the win line here as he goes 896 on his 891 dial in. Moxley breaks out with an 889 on his 890 dial in. Caden Holderway coming up next. 890 is the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Go up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. He also has an 890 dial in. Red light start over there in the Budweiser lane is going to give Caden Holdaway the automatic win light. Cade goes 888 on his 890 dial in. Weston Daniel went 890, 889 on his 890. It's going to bring up Briella Browning next. 892 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll run up against Ryden Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 890 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, Nick Rollins Automotive, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, come on down. Super Pro Motorcycles, take you back to lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, red light here came on for Briella Browning, 897 or 892. As Cook goes out with an 895 on his 890. And Byron coming up here for Carson Murphy. All right, once again, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you to make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles back to the lanes, please. Super Pro Bikes need you back to lane 7. All right, Gavin Giddens coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 830 is going to be the dial in. Then we go on against Ileana Edelman over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 790 dial in. And red line start there for Edelman's going to get Giddens automatic win. And Giddens goes dead on 8 with an 11 reaction time. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 796 is going to be his dial in. Going against Curtis Peak over here in the Budweiser lane. Peak with a 790 dial in. keep the automatic win. And Curtis goes 786 on that 790 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Owens Automotive Pro Eliminator. Make your way into lanes 1 and 2. The Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7. into Pro Eliminator. Now we're going to get kicked off here with Bill Green over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6th lap to dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. They're going to be just Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 787 is the dial in for the motorcycle. He's out of Palm Coast. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 20,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Bill Green's going to get the win light. 6:02 on the 6th lap dial in. As Jeremy goes out with a 793 on his 787 dial in. Bill Waller coming up next. 6:51 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Ranger. Here we go up against John Siegel over here in the Budweiser lane. Siegel with a 555 dial in on the Malibu wagon out of Riverview, Florida. And we get a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like 21,000 separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Siegel getting the win right here. 557 on that 555. As Waller goes out with a 652 on his 651. Mike Noble's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 649 is the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. And he'll be going up against Daniel Young over here in the Budweiser lane. Young with a 634 dial in his 96 Pontiac Firebird. And a red light start due by Mike Nobles is going to give Daniel Young the automatic win. And Nobles went dead 5, but unfortunately went double 4 red. John Dwayne coming up next. 596 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 is the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Middleburg. Okay, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. This will be close. And Ernie Renfro is going to get the win light here. 661 on the 660. As John Dwayne breaks out by 7 thousandths. Nicky Pierce coming up next. 710 is going to be the dial in for the 82 Camaro. They'll go up against Curtis Peak over here in Budweiser lane. 672 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. And red light start there for Curtis Peak. It's going to give Nicky Pierce the automatic win. And Pierce goes through the 707 on that 710 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 690 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy truck over here in the Lucas Oil lane. We'll go up against Mike Zerl over there in the Budweiser lane. 657 is his dial in. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. Okay, we got a 34,000 difference at the starting line, and the win line's going to come off from Mike Zerl. So he goes 658 on the 657. Bob Hoxton had a perfect reaction time, but broke out. George Emanuel coming up next. 753 is going to be his dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Going up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 702 dialed in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Needs Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro. Engine lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trader sells Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, the red light's gonna come on for Georgia Mango on a double breakout. Yeah, actually, hold on, I red lit first, so Georgia Mango's moving on down. Noah Miller coming up next. 620 is gonna be his dial in. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 603 is his dial in. Once again, looking for flying Brian Trailer, Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, come on down. Need Junior Street back to lane 8. Junior Street, need lane you back to lane 8, please. All right, 11 miles separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your wheel light's going to come on down there for Aaron Reynolds. As he goes through the 603 with a 3 on a 603 dial in. Noah Miller breaks out with a 618 on his 620. Once again, looking for flying Brian Trailer, Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro need you to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street need you back to lane 8. Junior Street need you back to lane 8, please. Byron coming up here for D. Lichty. And he goes through the 660 on that 666 dialing. All right, so here we go back to Super Pro Motorcycles, and we're going to have Richard Holder coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 554 dialed in. He'll run up against Candy Hagedorn, who also has a 554 dialed in. Holder's out of Jacksonville, Hagedorn out of Dennis, Florida. Okay, 3,000 separating the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Richard Holder hitting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 2,000. Skinny breaks out by 14. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 555 is his dial in. He'll run up against Roy Hagedorn over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 560 dialed in. Red line start there for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. Roy goes through the 557 on that 560. Sandy went 554 on that 55 dial in. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Need street motorcycles, street bikes, need you back to lane 7. Pro motorcycle, lane 7. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, make your way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Troy Volker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 683 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. He's going up against Mike Horizon over here in Budweiser lane. 660 is his dial in on the Chevy 2 Nova. All right, looking for Junior Street. Junior Street, back to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, and Pro Bikes to lane 7. All right, we got a 20,000 difference in the starting line. And here we go, the stripe, your win line's going to come on down there for Troy Volker as he goes 683 on a 683. Got run down for him. He was double a 6 on the tree, puts a 9-thou pack together. And Rising broke out by 14 thousandths. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Jones with a 461 dial in, Hicks 497. All right, we got 10,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here. 498 on this 497 as Brian Jones breaks out by 2 thousandths. I'll bring up Brendan George next. He's got a 482 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 491 dial in. All right, Pro Motorcycles, need you back to the lanes. Pro Bikes, need you back to the lanes. Come on. Need Junior Street finalists to the lanes. Junior Street finalists, need you to the lanes. Need Sportsman back to the lanes. Sportsman. Okay, win line there's coming on for Brendan George. He goes 483 on a 482 dial-ins. Already goes through the 494 on his 491. Michael Moore coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the motorcycle. He's got a 506 dial-in. Running against Jordan Prince over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 467 dial-in. Okay, now separated to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince picking up the win line here on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Dave Demarest next. He's got 474 dialed in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. And Trey Bunner will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 482 dialed in. Okay, clean start here in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. This will be Trey Bunner getting the win line here. 482 on a 482. Good run there for him. Demarest goes 475 on his 474. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 611 the dial in on the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. Going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 527 the dial in for the 33 Ford. Okay, fourth aisle separates the two at the start. And it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes 611 with a 7 on the 611 dial in. Trinnell breaks out by 8 thousandths. Now bring up Wyatt Palmatier next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 601 to dial in for the S10 pickup. And here up against Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. 565 is the dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. All right, 15,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming off for Ken Grant. So he goes 566 on the 65 dial in. Wyatt Mouse out with a 603 on his 601. All right, need the Pro Bikes back to the lanes. Pro Bikes, need you in the lanes. Junior Street, you should be in the lanes at this time. Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, start making your way back into the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 460 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. Gibson with a 456 dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike, man. It's going to be Scott Gibson getting the win line here as he goes dead on two. And Randy Banger Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This will be your bye run. He's got a 487 dial in. go with our Junior Street final round. And it's going to be Hunter Dowling. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Jacob Richards. Hunter with a 1090 dial in, 1040 is the dial in for Richards. And we got a nice clean green light start in both lanes. And your win light's going to come on down there for Hunter Dowling on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount. He'll pick up the win here in Junior Street. Okay, junior dragsters need y'all back to the lanes. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go back into Pro Bikes, and we got Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going up against Roy Johnson over here in Budweiser lane. Schmidt's got an 840 dialed in. Roy Johnson with an 1128. Red line start there for Dwayne Schmidt Sr. Roy Johnson is going to get the automatic win light here. And I'll bring up your second pair, and that's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 910 dialed in. And he'll be running up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 1280 is going to be his dial in. Okay, 11,000 separates the two to the starting line. And here we go, the stripe. Your win light's going to come off for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on a double breakout. He breaks out by 14,000. It looks like DeLong broke out by 15. move to sportsman. First pair coming out here, we're going to have John Landola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1306 is going to be his dial in. We go this Mitchell Gutter over here in the Budweiser lane. 1356 is his dial in. Well, red light start by Landola is going to give Mitch the automatic win. And Mitchell goes through with a 1357 on his 1356 dial in. That's going to bring up Monica Roberts next. She's got 1254 dialed in on her Chevy Camaro. Going to run against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1105 dialed in. Okay, got a clean green light start here in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on for Monica. She goes through with a 1255 on that 1254 dial in. Kenny goes dead on forward. Can't close the door. Monica was 008 to an 051. It's going to bring up Mark Pangillian next. He's got a 1255 dial in. He'll run up against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. $18,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming on down there for Bart Pangillian. He goes dead on 3. And Hoxton goes 1107 on his 11 flat dial in. Anthony Baera coming up next over here on the test pass in the Budweiser lane. All right, Anthony went through with an 864 to 149. All right, got Caden Starr coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Landon Siegel over there in the Budweiser lane. Also got 1190 dialed in. Okay, win line's going to come on over there for Siegel. 1193 on that 1190 dial in. All right, looks like we're moving over here to the 10 to 12-year-olds. So we've got to have Sierra Haight coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. And Caden Holdaway will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's also got an 890 dialed in. Okay, we only got 6,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Sierra Haight getting the win line here. She goes 893 on her 890 dial in. Caden goes 893 with his. Caden went 893 with a 2. Sierra went 893 with a 1. Sierra was a little better on the Christmas tree. So 72 10,000, so a second was your margin of victory. All right, Briella Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Carson Murphy. 892 is the dial in there. Got a 7,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Win line's coming off of Briella Browning. 895 on her 92 dial in as Murphy goes out with an 896 on his 892. And it looks like the buy run coming up here for Aaron Kennedy. All right, attention in the pits, New Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7. And Aaron goes through with an 892 on his 890 dial in. All right, here we go into the 13 and older cat kids. Once again, looking for Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Need Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention in the pits. Nate Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back into lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Pro Bikes, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Gavin Giddens over there going to get the win line over Curtis Peak.
apologize that the Facebook feed probably went down, but I was out there racing in the process. So I'm going to check it, and I'm going to get it back on here for everyone. After every 8 hours, they boot us off, and we have to reboot it back on. So sorry for the inconvenience. We're fixing to go right back into Ron's Automotive Pro class, followed by Pro Motorcycle, Super Pro, Junior Street, Pro Motorcycles, and Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman class, and the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Corey's out there prepping the track right this minute, so we should be back underway. And as soon as you see that sprayer come off the track,
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
in the Pro ET, and we've got Georgia Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of High Springs, Florida, driving the 68 Nova. Pick up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. His 69 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Looks like Georgia's got a 751 dialed in. Looks like 660 down there for D. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 19 thou separated the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Red lights coming on down here for D. Lichty on a double breakout. He broke out by the least amount, so he moves on into the next round. That'll bring up Bill Green next. 68 Camaro out of Ocala. 6 flat going to be the dial in. Going up against Mickey Pierce over here in the Budweiser lane. Looks like he's got a 706 dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light start, 22,007. It separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Bill Green getting the win light here as he goes 602 on a 6-0 flat dial in. He'll move on into the next round. Pierce breaks out by 14 thousandths. And that's going to bring up Mike Zerl next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. In the station wagon, he'll go up against Daniel Young over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention in the pits, Need Flying Ryan Trailer Sales Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. All right, here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Daniel Young getting the win light here as he goes dead on 0 with 0.46 reaction time. So Young's moving on. And that's going to bring up John Siegel next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Malibu wagon. And he'll run up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean start here. Looks like we got 36,000 clearance at the starting line. And it's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win right here as he goes 664 on the 660 dial in. Siegel breaks out by 7 thousandths. That'll bring up Aaron Reynolds next. He's got a 641 dial in on his Chevy Camaro. Once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Sportsman, let's start making your way to the lanes. Sportsman, let's make your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 559 is his dial in, going against Richard Holder. 554 is his dial in. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. And we have a clean green light start. Looks like they have about 50,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn getting the win line here. 564 on 559. As Holder bows out with a 556 on his 554.
We got GGP in the house taking the photos today.
Give her a shout out.
All right, attention on the pits there. Super Pro, Super Pro. We got about 5 minutes to go before we're going to get back underway. So if you're out there by your car, start getting loaded up, ready to go. Super Pro, get loaded up, ready to go. as we get back into Super Pro. It looks like that Chuck Trotter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be the dial in. Going up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. And he's got a 497 dialed in. Let's do that Randy Banger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Red line start by David Hicks is going to give the win light to Randy Banger. He goes dead off with a 5. And bring up your next pair. And I believe we had Brendan George coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is his dial in. He'll be going against Jordan Prince over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 464 dialed in. All right, attention to pits, junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please, junior dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please. All right, 8,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Jordan Prince going to get the win light dead on 6. Picks up the win. Brendan George goes dead on 6. 82 10,000ths of a second was your distance at this stripe. That's going to bring up your next pair. Is we're going to have Ken Grant over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 565 is going to be dialed in for the Nova. And Scott Gibson is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Sanford, Florida. He's got a 456 dialed in. Only 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Scott Gibson getting the win light here. He goes dead on 3. And gets the win light. Ken Grant goes 566 on his 65 dial in. That's going to bring up Robert Treadwell next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So Treadwell meeting up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. Trey with a 480 dial in, 611 is the dial in for Treadwell. Once again, new junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Okay, Trey Bunner's going to get the win light here as he goes 481 on a 480 dial in. Treadwell is 612 on his 611. Trey was ahead of him on the Christmas tree. And Byron coming up here now for Troy Volker. Okay, Troy goes 680 on his 681. All right, looks like this is going to be the finals of Street Bike, I believe. And we're going to have Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 908 is going to be his dial in. One of his Roy Johnson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1128 dialed in. Okay, well, one of them's real good, one of them's real late. And Roy Johnson's going to get the win line here as he goes 1130 on 1128 dial in, and he'll pick up the win as Dwayne Schmidt goes 909 on his 908. So congratulations to Roy Johnson. All right, here we go to the semifinals of Sportsman. And we got Monica Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1254 is going to be her dial in. And Mitch Gunner will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Looks like he's got a 1356 dialed in. All right, so Mitchell's going to get just over a second head start here. Here comes Monica. All right, once again, one of them's real good, one of them's a little late. And here we go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down there for Mitch Gunner as he goes dead on 6 with a 001 reaction time. He put a 7th out back together. Monica broke out with a 1251 on her 1254. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need to get Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, make your way into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. All right, got a test pass coming up here on the motorcycle. All right, so Jeremy Davis is going to take the ride. And Jeremy goes through it at 8:09, 163 miles an hour. All right, looks like we got our semifinals coming up here in the junior dragsters, the 10 to 12-year-olds. All right, here we go in our semifinals of the junior dragsters. We got Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891 is going to be his dial in, going against Sierra Haight over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dialed in. Green light start both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Aaron Kennedy, 898 on an 891 dial in. Sierra goes 893 on her 890, but Aaron goes 024 to her 095. That's going to bring up Briella Browning, your bye run here in the semifinals. once again, looking for Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator 1 and 2. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. And Sportsman finalists, you can make your way back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go back into the Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator category. We get down to the nitty gritty here now. As we got Bill Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat to dial in for the 68 Camaro. He is out of Ocala. He's going to run up against Daniel Young. Pontiac Firebird over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 632 dialed in. Young's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. line start. 2,000 separated the two at the starting line. This will be close. Here we go to the stripe. Phil Green gets the win line. 6:01 on the 6 blank dial in. Daniel Young goes out with a 6:34 on his 6:32. Daniel was 0:15. Green was 0:17. That's going to bring up Aaron Reynolds next. 6:04 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And here we going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. His 69 Camaro, he's got a 6:55 dial in. All right, we get a clean green line start. 15,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here as he goes dead on 4 with a 0:06 reaction time, puts a 10th pack together. D. Lichty went out with a 6:57 on his 6:55. And the bye run coming up next for Ernie Renfro. And Ernie's got him a 6:60 dial in on his 70 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. And Ernie goes through with a 6:63 on his 6:60 dial in. And he had a perfect reaction time to go along with that. my sportsman finalists back to the lanes, please. Sportsman finalists, let's get you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go back into Super Pro. We're down to 5. And we got Randy Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 489 is going to be the dial in. And Jordan Prince is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. And she's got a 464 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start, 6,000 separates to the starting line, and it's going to be Banger getting the win line here as he goes 490 on a 489. Jordan Prince goes dead on 8, can't get it done. 20 thou is the difference at the strike. All right, that's going to bring up Scott Gibson. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 455 dialed in. He'll be running against Trey Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 480 dialed in. And we have a clean start here. Looks like 13,000 separated the two at the start, and it's going to be Gibson getting the win line here as he gets 456 on his 455 dial in. Trey goes out with a 481 on a 480. And the buy run coming up here now for Troy Bulger. So Troy is going to take the beam and roll back out. Get ready for his semifinal matchup. All right, Pro Eliminator, let's cool and fuel them. Get them back to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, as soon as we cool and fuel them, get them back in the lanes. Super Pro, same for y'all. As soon as you cool and fuel them, let's get them back to the lanes. Looking for my sportsman finalists to the lanes. And looking for my junior dragster finalists to the lanes, please. one last junior dragster to get the finals in, so I believe that's Briella Browning. If you'll make your way into the staging lanes, please. go with our sportsman final round, and we're gonna have Mark Van Gillian. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Looks like he got 12:45 dialed in. And he'll be running up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. Mitchell with a 13:56 dialed in with his Dodge Charger. So Mitchell's gonna get just a little over a second head start here. And we had a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like it's going to be about 38 thousandths of a second difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe to win light. Going to come on down there for Mark Van Gillian as he goes in with a 12:57 on a 12:45. As Mitch goes 13:66 on his 56. Bart was ahead on the Christmas tree 018 to an 056. All right, attention in the pits. Need Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro need you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go with our junior dragster final round for the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we're going to have Aaron Kennedy over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Aaron's got 896 dialed in, 893 to dial in for Briella. And red light start there for Aaron Kennedy is going to get Briella Browning the automatic win light here. All right, so Aaron went through with a 952. Briella went 885 on her 893. Congratulations to Briella for the win here today. All right, once again, looking for Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro need those semifinalists back to the lanes, please. All right, attention to the pits. Ernie Renfro, need you to the staging lanes, please. Ernie Renfro, need you into the staging lanes, please. eliminator. This is our semifinal round. We got Ernie Renfro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. Going against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser line. He's got a 604 dialed in for his Chevy Camaro. Aaron out of Melbourne, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like they've got 51 thou difference at the starting line. And Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 608 on that 604. Ernie Renfro breaks out with a 661 on his 662. And that's going to bring up Mr. Phil Green. 6 flat to dial in. He is your bye run here in the semifinals. And it looks like Bill's just going to take the tree and back the car out of the way and get back in ready for his final round matchup with Aaron Reynolds. All right, here we go with our Super Pro semifinal round. We got Randy Banger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run up against Troy Bulker over here in the Budweiser lane. Bulker with a 679 dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. All right, got a clean green line start, 11th thou, separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Randy Banger getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 3 thousandths. Troy breaks out by 4. And your bye run coming up next for Scott Gibson. 009 reaction time there. He goes 476. All right, so that sets it up. 2 races to go, the finals in both pro and super pro. So you drivers, you cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back to the lanes as cool as soon as we can. And we'll get this day wrapped up. So pro and super pro, cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes. my Super Pro finalists to the lanes. Super Pro finalists, you're needed in the station lanes. Come on down. All right, here we go with our Pro Eliminator final round. Aaron Reynolds going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:04 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Melbourne, Florida. He'll be running up against Bill Green over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. All right, here we go. And we're in a clean green line start. One's real good, one's a little bit late. And Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win line here. 6:06 on the 6:04. He was 0:05. Bill was 6:01, goes 0:53. All right, once again, looking for the Super Pro finalists to the lanes. Super Pro finalists, need you in the lanes, please. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 487 is going to be the dial in. Here we're up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 453 dialed in. All right, here we go. They got a clean green line start. 1,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the strike, and it's going to be Randy Banger getting the win line here. 487.1 with a 0.13 reaction time. He put a 14th down back together. Gibson goes 454 with a 3 on that 53. He goes 0.12. That's going to wrap up things for us here tonight from Gainesville Raceway. We appreciate everybody coming out and hanging with us this weekend. And we will see you again for a couple of weeks for do it all over again. Please be safe on your way home, and good night, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everyone who watched On the Spots Motorsports Media's coverage of the race here at Gainesville Raceway. Hey, this Thursday night, don't forget we have a podcast. We're going to have Leslie Horn of the Southeast Gasser Association. We're going to be talking about all the classes in that sanctioned body and also discuss his new ownership role with it. So don't forget, that'll be Thursday night at 7 o'clock. You'll be joining myself, Mitchell Gunter, with Robert Simpson. Until then, take care and have a good night.